Welcome. Welcome, Deco. Welcome, Indy Jones. Let's let's continue where we left off last week. We did some sound design. And we made some cool sounds. I still am not entirely sure where it's gonna go, but we'll figure that out. I do think we need to do some more sound design though. And I'm not sure if we're gonna do that right away. We might start with that. Definitely need to make some drums, that's for sure. Let's see, let's go for here for now. There we go. A little bit later than usual, but I fell asleep after dinner, so I had a bit of a post-dinner nap. How we all doing today? I resampled a whole bunch of stuff from last week because, well, one of the tracks that I had. Am I UDC +2? I think it's +1, right? I think it's +1, but I always get confused with the whole daylight savings thing. So, could be +2 as well right now. I don't even know. Okay, it's +2. Yeah, it's daylight savings time. So, yep. Okay, cool. Anyways, yeah, I did some resampling because last week we did some bass stuff. We made a whole bunch of we made a whole bunch of bass one-shot things, and the track that was creating those was using like so much CPU that I had to resample it because my project was hitting like 70% of CPU use. And when I got rid of that one track, it went back down to like 4%. So I guess we had to do that. Now I do have all these sort of like bass one shots now. Like a whole long session here, and then I've got some longer ones as well. There's good bits in there and bits that aren't too good. So we got bass stuff. We got that. We obviously have a lot of the I don't know, like the piano stuff and other things that we made. Which we might actually be able to resample. We had a whole bunch of stuff there. I found some vocal bits as well. I'm not sure if we're gonna use those, but I found some vocal things. Might be able to use some of those. But I definitely need some drums. I do have a little bit of drums here, but it's not really too great, so might as well, I don't know, should we make some drums first? I also need some, like, I don't know, like some texture sounds. Maybe we can make those from maybe with some granular stuff or something. Yo, Sefia, welcome. I'm not entirely sure where we're gonna start off with today. Now, one thing I did notice that we had all this stuff here. Which is alright, but I kind of liked it more right in this area, right here, where I switched the piano to not have any chords below it, but more just like, I don't know, just, I think it's just single notes, or like octaves, yeah. And I kind of like it more there. Where we had that, so I think I want to build from that in the intro. You know what? Let's just do some sound design, set up a little patch for some textural sounds, because that could be cool. Let's move all the way down here. Create ourselves a little clip. I have worked a little bit on it, but mostly just finding more sounds and resampling stuff. That's basically what I've been doing a lot more. Like a lot of these bass things here are all just resampled from the stuff that we had last week. Actually, there's some cool bits in here. Like I went in and chucked a portal in that track, just to kind of create some more different bass hits. Like these are the short ones, but with the longer ones, it actually created some pretty interesting things. Like a lot of it is I probably have to go through and get like the best parts out of here, but I don't feel like doing that on stream. But there's like some weird as fucking sounds in here. Also unusable ones, but like what the hell is that? I basically chucked. I had that bass track with like a whole processing chain, and I chucked the portal at the start of the chain, running into all the processing, and it did some weird ass sounds. There's some good things in there though. Anyways, a lot of that. But we don't have much drums yet, so we definitely need to do that today. And let's just go here. Do some more sound design. Let's see. What shall we use? Let's find a sound that we can put in here. want to have some textural sounds that we can layer in what we're doing. Metal. Preferably something with like a bit of high end. That could be good. Chuck that in here. And I guess we're gonna set up a bit of a patch here that does some cool things. Let's bring the speed down. Bring this up a little. And let's do free running. And I guess we're gonna need a whole bunch of random LFOs. Create a bit of a slow one here. And we want this one probably. And let's put one on this on the size. And let's modulate the depth of these maybe with something. And probably the pitch as well. We could maybe add a little bit of the speed, so that it also modulates that ever so slightly. Put another one on the pitch. Let's see. Can we do that? Yeah. This sound is mono, so let's also do a little bit of that, maybe. And then maybe a bit of random volume. And then let's start running through some filters or something. Maybe we'll do parallel, so we have two filters. And then let's put another one on here. Let's grab another one of these. We could just do another one of those same filters actually. Just make sure that we have a different LFO, so that it has different movement. Put that on here. And probably make these free running. Not that it really matters, but oh yeah. I haven't used current in a while, but we of course have different presets for it. Let's works. Let's grab a more VQ and find a preset. Let's assign something there. I'll grab another one. That's also maybe Kind of like the Moore filter. That one works pretty well for this, so... Okay, that's making some sounds. Let's see. We have the rate. Let's maybe give it a bigger range. Maybe we'll assign another one to the rate. LFO1 and LFO2. LFO1 is... which one is controlling LFO2? Can we see that? 5. Okay, let's grab a different one for the other one. To that one. Oh yeah, it is locked, okay. Weird sounds. Cool. Now we also, of course, when we drop something else in here, Also, this folder has some really cool sounds already, so might as well make sure that I remember that folder to mark it. What happens if we grab a shorter one? Let's see. Like that, for instance. I guess this one we just resample it for a good amount. Maybe we put one on the level as well. Might be too much because we're gonna get a whole lot of reverb from this one, but let's see. Yeah, I think that's gonna be too much. Maybe a really short reverb because it's still quite mono. I would like this one to have a bit more width. So maybe if we grab like a convolution reverb and make it really short, that'll work. Right away, it becomes a lot wider. Maybe even too wide. Six and one, okay. I think we just resample this one now. And now let's just resample it underneath some other stuff, so it's a little bit more interesting to listen to. Let's see. We'll just chuck it right here. And yeah, we definitely need to make some drums as well, so we'll probably go and do that afterwards. One good thing is now with this patch is we can throw other samples in here with like different Foley that has like a different sort of like tone, and then we'll get like different results. We might even be able to put like, I don't know, maybe one of the piano things in there, see what happens. Just so that we get like all kinds of different things. Let's grab that. Do this. Yo, Greedo. I love that it sounds weird as fuck. Like, we might be able to use that. Maybe we'll also modulate the mix of one of these. Makes it more watery. Yeah? What's up with the LFO? What? The LFO is broken. Let's try that again. What? Okay, well, we're not using the LFO then. Okay, we got a bunch of stuff there, but I think it would be really cool to modulate the vocoder, because that creates some pretty cool things. But the LFO just got bugged for some reason. Move that aside. Does that happen again if I do it when the sound is not playing? Maybe it was just because there's so much stuff happening now on this track. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Actually, let's use the... We're gonna resample this track anyway, and then we'll probably just get rid of it, because it's gonna use quite a bit of CPU. Let's do... Let's just group all of this. And let's grab the device randomizer. Let's map these speeds to macros. Change the range here. Like that. And then we'll map that to the rack so that that's gonna start moving everything. And then let's see, we wanna... I think we want the depth, the release time probably. I think the formant would be cool as well. Maybe we'll do the bandwidth. Could do the amount of bends, but that's kind of weird. Gonna flip through the bends, but oh, we cannot even map that. Okay, well, that's that's problem solved. Okay, well, whatever. Let's change these ranges a little bit because I don't want it to go up and down too much. Maybe let's do 24 up and down on the formant. Bandwidth, probably mess with that later. This one, don't want 30 seconds, maybe something like this. Envelope depth, I think we want to go to like 150 or something. Down to 50, something like that. Maybe we'll map this as well. Okay, when does it do that? When the bandwidth goes down too much. Okay. Let's do... maybe 50 to 200. And let's maybe find another sample, like a different sample, so that we get some other cool stuff. What do we have? Chairs. Cardboard factory machines, is that cool? A bit too static, we want something with like quite a bit of movement already. It's a bit too designed for my liking. Just one shots, not really useful. One of these could be helpful. We have something with... I mean, we can try that one. That might be better, that has a lot more stuff in it. Another OTT on here. Okay, I don't like it when the bandwidth on the vocoder goes down. So let's just make it start from 100 and go up to 200%. That would be a cool plugin, drunk LFO modulation. I mean, that's kind of what this thing does. You know? Like, if we open up these macros, you can kind of see what's happening, right? This is basically doing that. It's just moving all of these at random, going all over the place. And depending on the speeds, it will change. So if we go do that, might actually be cool to have some faster LFOs on this kind of stuff. Also, I want to make sure that this has a bit more level, because it gets really quiet and then sometimes gets really loud. So let's see if we just chuck this on here. Maybe here. Ooh, maybe some water sounds. That could be interesting. Do we have water sounds? Probably do. Water. No, not that. Let's see. Water. What if we grab that? weirdest fucking sounds. I mean, some of the sounds might actually be useful. Could be nice as like little layers on drums, I think. It's way too much right now, but hey, it's not too important. Let's try another sample. Ooh, this one is kind of nice. This one makes some pretty weird sounds. Not sure what the original sample sounds like, but Ooh, what if we... Idea. Do we have these? We do. High attack. Mid attack. Low mid attack. Okay, cool. High attack. On a macro. Mid attack. On a macro. Low mid attack. On a macro. And the low attack. On a macro. The CPU is absolutely going crazy, but... Like, this will be nice as, like, layers, for sure. Layering stuff like this in the track here and there to give it, like, weird texture. It's just that on its own it's a little bit boring to listen to, you know? That's why we have the other stuff behind it, but... not necessarily how and where it's going to be used. Anyways, we have quite a bit of stuff. I'll let this run until the end here. I'll probably save this rack as well, because it's a good one to chuck other sounds in, and we might want to make more later. Could probably also make a bunch of sample packs for Patreon out of all these things that we made already. Okay. Cool. Let's chuck you here. Let's just save this rack real quick. Let's do that. So it's not gonna crash. It's not crashing, that's me saving the project. Well, maybe it is crashing. No, it's not. Don't copy. Everything is literally crawling to a halt right now because of this thing. Just chuck that into I'll just chuck it in here. And we can get rid of this track. So it's not gonna use all the CPU. Or I guess just texture in general. Hello everybody, don't you imagine a giant footstep who comes from far away in the stereo field because the granular stuff already give a sci-fi influence? What should we make? Should we make some drums? Although I kind of feel like it's gonna be tough to make the drums without any context. I think. Oh, geez, that's 16 bars. I don't know why Ableton keeps doing this, making this white at the top, and then when I click millimeters, it goes back to the dark. I don't know why it does that. Kind of weird.
Mm,
Not too important for now. Don't mind that. Which key is tuning the kick now? No idea. No idea. I'm just messing about with these drums to see what we get. Let's see. Matter for now. I want to see what happens if we... oh, okay. Oh, now it's linked to both? No, I want to just change to see. I think that one works. Like, I'm not saying that we're gonna use these drums the way they are, but like... we can use this as a break, you know? Damn, that does a lot. Much more than I thought it would. Yeah. Yo, Nero. Rank 1 lurker. Welcome. Maybe start on bass. I mean, I would probably be more inclined to start with the intro maybe, and then see where that leads us. What does this sound like with some other beats? Like, not that I'll necessarily use these beats, but they'll have different velocities, so if we play one of these, we should get different results. I mean, pretty decent break actually. What the hell? It almost went from like a 16 thing to half time. Well, maybe that is because it goes to half time here, but when I changed it, it almost sounded like it went to half time. I like the ghost snares in here. So it definitely works. No, it didn't go to half time. It was literally just because I changed this. plug these in here. Okay, why is that not working? I'm pretty sure you could do that. I haven't done that in a long time, but... well, apparently Ableton is not wanting to do that. Okay, weird. Let me check something real quick. One moment. Let me check. Why is that not working? Which one is this? Okay, so it works from the standalone of Addictive Drums. What the hell? Well, no idea why, but I got the MIDI. What the fuck? Okay. Maybe something with the I don't know, maybe my Ableton is running in administrative mode or whatever, or something else and it's not working. I don't know. Doesn't matter. That's definitely a decent break to keep. Yo, welcome. It sounds so much better here. Like, that's the thing. Making the MIDI for something like this is such a time-consuming process. There's a lot of go snares in here, from what I'm seeing. See, like, almost every 8 note has like a snare or a kick. There's only very few where there's nothing, or then it's a hi-hat, but that's how they get that really rolling kind of pattern. So you would literally have to... and what, is that 16s as well? Yeah, it's on 16 notes as well. So... to get a similar kind of thing, you would literally have to... and those are all really quiet, so... and then even then, you know, you have to spend a lot of time adjusting these, because otherwise it's going to sound way too static. But that is basically how they do it. And that's why our MIDI sounds much less interesting. See? Just with those ghost hits, immediately it sounds more interesting. Now this might be a bit too much, but put even more there. Yeah, we can make it pretty crazy. Mat break. At least we know that this patch does kind of work, so depending on what the drums are gonna do in this, we can use this. What's that thing? What does that trigger? F3. Ah, one of the toms, okay. We load in a tom here. Can just load an entire set. Let's just do medium funk. And those are gonna be really long, of course, which kinda too much for this kind of thing. I wish we could quickly change the length of all of these, but we cannot. But we're only using one of them, so don't really have to, but just make them all roughly the same length. Cool. Now we can switch out the entire set here. They're pretty loud, actually. Yes. Let's put some bongos in there. Not even sure if we really want to use these, to be honest. More bongos. Cool. Yeah, exactly. Not sure how I'm gonna bridge the sounds that we had with those drums, or if we are going to. Kinda depends on what the rest will end up doing, but let's see. Okay, right here it's hitting on C. I guess then on 0 the drums, the snare hits on an A. Which is actually kind of good, because the whole thing or all of the stuff in here is made in the key of D, so A would be the 5th, which is actually good. Not sure what the kick is doing, but not that it really matters here. And it's also going to be really tough to figure out. Like, that's just a blob of like stuff, but I guess it's sitting somewhere around here. A or G, something like that. So not really too concerned about that, actually. Probably would like layer the kick anyway, and probably only use the high end of this one. Ooh, what happens if we do that actually? Let's see. Let's I wish we could do that in here, but we can, well, we can, I think. Isn't there, let's see, extras, maybe? Cushion. On the kicks. Those are just... Damn. No, there was something else. Was it under triggers then? Wasn't there? Ah, here. So you actually got that sine wave in here. So in theory, we could make a kick here that is triggered by this one. Huh. So if we do that, then now all the kicks will trigger this one as well. Okay. I should have a Max for Live device that tells me notes frequency. So if we're in the key of D, then that's either going to be 73 or 36 hertz or 37, which is quite low. But let's see what happens. So we're at 55 hertz. That's at least that's what that thing is. So that's A. Okay. So the sine wave is A. So to bring it down to D, we would have to go down 7 semitones. Let's see what happens if we make a kick in here. So we go down 7 semitones, roughly. Okay, exactly. So that's now hitting on D. There's actually noise in there as well. Okay. And we have a pitch envelope here, so... we can basically make a kick in here. Bit uncontrollable, I think, though, because like the attack is not the same every time. See? It just changes quite a bit, but that's fine. So we can actually make a kick straight in here. Interesting. I mean, it does kind of work. Don't forget gates. What? What about gates? Still gates? Yeah, we're just using the envelopes here to change it all. Hi-hat is maybe not the best one to do it on, because that one is actually gonna also shorten up the open hats, which kind of weird. That does kind of work. Never really used this thing in here, but it kind of works to give it the low end that you would want from like bass drums, you know? Like you would be able to, of course, do it outside of addictive drums. That would also be possible, but it does kind of work. Yeah, it works well. Because it's I guess also because, you know, it glues it well together because it's still running through all of these effects, right? And I guess solo this. Yeah, see, it's also sending it, even though it's really low, it's sending it to the overheads in the room as well, and that's then running into the master track. So it is already gelling it together with a lot of the other stuff because it runs through the same kind of, I guess, chain, or in this case, I guess mics, right? Like this is without the kick layer. The like actual kick. So that's kind of an interesting way to make a break have like some nice low end without having to synthesize it underneath it, because that's the one thing, like if you synthesize it and then add it underneath it, usually it still takes quite a bit of time to make it fit well. But this kind of works well, especially like if you're just gonna save this as a break, you know, you might still layer it with a different kick later, but just in addictive drums, it actually works pretty well. Anyways, what are we gonna do next? Not really in the vibe to write a track today. Honestly. More in the vibe for sound design. So what are we gonna do? What are we gonna make? Maybe we need to go back to okay, let's see. Let's make another marker right here. Bass. I mean, we already have a ton of bass things in here. It's just that, you know, at this point I need to think about how I would arrange those. Let's see. I mean, we can make some reeses, maybe. We don't have those yet. Let's find a bit of a bass step in here. Something that we can use as a bass there. What the fuck? That almost sounds like a fucking hardcore cake. What the hell? It's literally just a bass, but... Okay. Like something with a good punch, like a good transient. Is that another one? What the fuck? I mean, some of those actually work. Like, that's literally just a cake. That's so fucking funny. I don't have the track anymore in here, which made these sounds. I could bring it in, but it's like... It's gonna break the CPU, probably. All of these ones in here, basically, all of these tracks are made with that patch. Some of them have like a portal in them so that they get even crazier. What the hell? Some of them are absolutely unusable, but... What the fuck? These ones are probably better for like little edits, little fills somewhere. Portal tends to make it pretty crazy. These are the ones without portal, which are a little bit more usable. I mean, it was literally just... I mean, I can try bringing the patch in here, but... Let's just save. Save. And then... If I go here... which one was it? Wasn't here. This one. Okay, let's hope nothing crashes. I mean, if it does, then we have saved, so it's good. Doesn't matter. Let's see how long it takes it for... Okay, that wasn't too bad. I think I used these, yeah. So, if we just solo this... That's basically the patch. And there's a whole lot of stuff that is in here that... Let's see, what was it? That... What was the rack with the portal? Could be somewhere here. Oh, this one. Turn that off. So every time it plays, it sounds different. And if I turn all of this off. That's just a patch. So it's actually not even that complicated of a patch, actually. A couple of effects here, but that's basically what it starts with. It's just a bunch of random LFOs here, 6 of them, that just move around. And we have basically just a saw wave running through a high pass filter in this case. And that just, you know, pretty low detune. It's just adding a little bit of movement, and it's mono as well. So that's basically doing that. And then we have this one, which is running through filter 2, which is the low end. And you can hear that that low end is sort of like dynamic, because I think the cutoff here, yeah, the cutoff is being modulated by one of these LFOs. I guess number 3. And it's kind of modulating it. Can we see that? Why is it not showing the frequency response? It's turned on. Okay, well, now it does it. It's right at the point where sort of like the fundamental sits of this one, so, and it's moving it very slightly back and forth, so the volume is also going up and down. And I guess the resonance is also being modulated, so that kind of affects the volume of the sub, which will make a lot more sense later on after it goes into the other stuff. And maybe even the, oh yeah, the level is also being modulated, so there's like a couple of things sort of like changing the level, both of the mid-range layer and the sub. And then there's some noise, which also has its level modulated. So these 3 layers already sort of like move sort of like against each other in terms of their volume. And every time it plays, it's slightly different. And that then goes into this chain. I think filter 1 runs into bus 1. Filter 2 runs into bus 2. So we have bus 1, which is basically most of the effects, which are, I guess these are just changing the sound of that sort of like a high pass reese layer. There's some chorus. We got this bandpass notch filter. And like all of these are just moving at random. Like I'm not automating anything. This is just moving around. Hence why I also resampled such long takes, you know, because every time it plays it's different, and sometimes it sounds like shit, sometimes it creates really cool things. But then we have some notches, just to create more movement. We have this asymmetrical distortion. Now this is only affecting that reese, right? So it's not even affecting the sub yet. And then we have this phaser, which is basically a bunch of notches moving around. And then we have this one more filter at the end, which just goes through the cutoff and then also modulates the morph. And then I think bus 1 is also running into bus 2. So remember, bus 2 was where the sub was coming into it. And I think bus 1 is also going into bus 2, if I remember correctly. Oh, no, it's not. Bus 1 is just going to main. So it's just going to the main output. Bus 2 is where the sub is. And I added the utility, I'm not sure why. Oh, to modulate the level even more. No idea why. But the level is moving even more of the sub. That's creating even more volume differences in the sub, but whatever. And then on the main sort of like, I guess the main bus, there's just this overdrive distortion with a stack of 3 and just a good amount of drive, and that turns it into that. So a lot of it is coming from this distortion, actually. That's like the main sort of like thing that changes the sound a lot. Like, I wonder if we turn all of this off. Okay, well, it still does quite a bit on with these effects, but like a lot of the sound is coming from that distortion. And that then goes into all of this processing. Now, a lot of it is turned off right now because not everything is being used. Like, these envelopes here are not really being used, I guess. Well, this first one is, the second one isn't. Second one I used for some resampling thing, but... so yeah, this rack here, that's the portal rack, not really using it, but that's sitting there because it was kind of useful for resampling. This utility is being used though, so this is set to basically all the way down on the gain, so it's basically not making any sound if we turn the envelope off. So there were some, like, I think it was the chorus in Serum and some other effects that were creating some weird things happening after the note had ended, and because of all the processing afterwards, it was creating like weird clicks and things that were kind of, you know, not really pleasant to listen to. So I just added this envelope MIDI with like basically just no attack or shortest amount of attack time, just a little bit of release, and then just sustain all the way up and map that to the gain here with 50%, so that every time a note hits, it brings the volume up to 0, and then as soon as the note is over, it turns it back down again. So basically just creating a gate, but then doing it manually. And it just kills the sound right after the note is over, which helped quite a bit with all the processing. This shaper is not important, I think. No, that's not important. That was being used with this rack here, so it's not really important. So yeah, then we get more processing. What are we doing here? We're splitting the sound up into mids and highs, I guess. Or low and highs. So sub. And again, there's random movement on the volume, so you can see the sub is becoming really dynamic again. Because it was, you know, without that, it's kind of like... It's very sort of like static at the moment. Like, there are some differences, some things happening, but it's sort of like fluctuating a little bit. But because I wanted more distortion later, I modulated the volume again. And then we have this other chain with a bandpass and a whole lot of other effects I see. Bandpass vocoder, but it's turned off, so it's not being used. These are just the LFOs moving everything around. Another LFO. Oh. And another morph filter, so this one. So like at moments it's cutting out the lows, and other moments it's cutting out the highs. And this internal LFO is being used to modulate the cutoff. So the cutoff is not really modulating here, but it's being modulated by this LFO in the auto filter. So we get like parts where there's a lot of high end, and there's other parts where there's more like low mids and stuff like that. And that together with the sub, you kind of get a lot of movement, right? So you have like all the sub is going up and down, the mids are changing. That then runs into this rack. which is just a couple of notches. For extra movement. And then to bring everything up a bit, we got an OTT. But I changed the timing here, so you can see the timing is set up to like 1.4, 1.5 seconds on the attack time for the low and mids. And that kind of makes the start of the sound punchy. Because if we bring these down, then it's just gonna basically respond immediately, and now it kind of lets a little bit of the sound through when the note hits. So you get a bit of a punchier start at the sound. This one is not important. Then we have the OTT again. I think this is just a copy. But we do have a shorter attack time on this one on the low end. Then we got, what is this? Just making the sub mono? Yeah. That just makes the sub mono. And then we're going into Serum Effects, which has another overdrive distortion, but this time with a stack of 2. And I think that's the only thing happening here. Yeah. So just another one of those distortions, because now we've introduced a whole lot more movement. And then that distortion is just gonna flatten it out again. Not sure what this is doing. Okay, just cleaning it up a bit. I think in some areas, these frequency areas were getting a bit much. Especially in the high end. So just a bit of dynamic EQ so that when those areas have more frequency content, it brings them down more. And then just a bit of distortion with Saturn. And that's basically the whole thing. Oh. Now there's a couple of things turned off, which I used for some of the resampling. Like I have this envelope here, right? So for one of the resample files, I wanted to make like some, I guess some like hits that were shorter, but then close down a filter at the end. And I think that's this one, which is just an auto filter that is being controlled by this envelope. For some reason it's quite slow. Not sure why it's that slow, but whatever. If I remember correctly, it was moving faster when I did it, but whatever, not really important. And this rack here is just a portal. So here we have a portal where I'm just grabbing a preset from, I think this is from my own preset pack, yeah, from the Grainworks pack. And this is modulated at random by this device. So we are just modulating these macros here, and that's changing the macros of Portal and the dry wet as well. And then that runs, it basically sits right after Serum, so it sits in front of all of the other processing. And that's how I got those really crazy ones. And there's 2 portals because I wanted to try out a different preset, see what happened. And that just works better on the longer notes, actually. But it makes it pretty crazy. And some parts are going to be usable, other parts are not. There's no convolution at all in this. Weird. Now, this portal is kind of nice because it just creates some, like... It creates some happy accidents every once in a while where it just does, like, a little stutter thing or whatever. And this preset also has, like, the pitch mapped, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so this has a... It's kind of a... This preset was kind of made to be able to do, like, a riser out of any sound. And just use it to make like a riser. You would just have to automate this going up, and then you would create a riser out of whatever sound is running through it. But I chucked it on here, and then by also modulating the dry wet, for some reason the sub is most of the time coming through more than whatever the portal is. Even though this is not like all the way down, it's still a lot of times there is a decent sub, but because this changes the pitch as well, it kind of, I guess, layers the sub of the original sound with whatever is coming out of this portal, and you get all these weird little things. It's really just a happy accident maker at this point, like just chucking something on here and seeing what happens. Like if we change one of these presets, we got favorites. And it's all going to be really subtle of a change, but... And it just changes the sound going into the processing, making it even weirder than it already is. And you can literally go through the presets and just, while it's recording, just go through it, you know? Have you ever bounced as its state? What? What are you talking about? So depending on the preset, it's gonna do slightly different things, but... And I just sat down and just recorded a whole bunch of different things out of it. I also have some other bounced versions that were done with this rack here, which I guess I can turn on. So this is a MIDI rack, so it changes the notes going into the patch. What this does, this is not important because it's not being used. Skill device, I guess, is not important because it's not being used. Arpeggiator, right, so we have an arpeggiator that chops this sound up, so I guess we have to go to the shorter notes for this. Do we have to... We have to turn this on. Right. So this, I guess this works better on like a sustained note, like just one sustained note. See, so even though the note is sustained, it still creates something similar to one of those other clips where it's just a note every couple of bars, or every bar, whatever. Let me turn the portal off for now. And then we have this rack here. What is this controlling? Stuff in here, I think. Yeah, so here we have a crazy rack. We got just an empty chain. That is basically the note that is already playing, that is coming out of the arpeggiator, is running through here. So it's just going through and sending it straight to Serum. And then we have this other chain, which creates an additional note in the gap between those notes. So if I play this, right? There's a note, and then there's a gap, there's a piece of silence. I guess there's also the length is also being changed somewhere. Oh yeah, okay, so the gate is being modulated by, I think, one of these expression control things. Yeah, okay, so random is on the gate. So every time a note is triggered, it actually changes the gate or the length of that note as well. So some hits are shorter, some hits are slightly longer. And that is then running through this chain, which creates an additional note in the gap between those other notes that are already there. So you can see where I'm shifting it to, what is that, 8/16 notes to the right with this note echo. And we're muting the original note here. So we're not setting it to through, but to mute. So we're muting the original note, and this shifts it to basically halfway point between all of the notes created by the arpeggiator. That is then running through another note echo, but that one is, I think, is modulated. I think it's changing the timing here because that is mapped, so that is probably mapped to this one. Or one of these. Not exactly sure which is controlling that, but something is controlling the the timing of the note echo. Oh wait, I remember, it's in here because it was a shaper device. It is somewhere out here. It's this one. Yeah, this one is controlling the timing of that note that is being added. And I used the shaper device because I didn't want any triplet notes, so I just created a shape so it kind of blocked out the triplets. And that's just changing between, I think, 2 and 4 on this note echo. So that would just create an additional note. If we turn this off. Sometimes the notes overlap and it becomes a sustained sound, but it just creates an extra note in between. And then we have this thing, which makes that note shorter, I think. So sometimes we get really short notes and other times it's more of like a longer note. And then we have this thing, which tells it to move that second note that was created in the gap between the original notes of the arpeggiator, to move that up by either one of 24 semitones. So it will choose a random pitch from the note that is being played 2 octaves up, and then in that range it will pick a random pitch and it will, you know, do some pretty crazy stuff. And then we have this scale device that conforms it back down to the scale that I'm using. I'm not sure why it's doing that though. Why is it? Weird. For some reason I think the length of something is too long and therefore it starts overlapping, which it didn't do when I made it, but it is what it is. It's at this point it's basically making a melody. I'm not sure why, but that's weird. Yeah, these notes are all overlapping because it's also highlighting all of them here. But I was using that to create like some other bits in like different pitches and seeing what that would do. Not too important, but kind of interesting. But yeah, that's how I made those bass hits. I figured might as well show you. But yeah, this is using a lot of CPU. I'm working on stuff, man. I'm working on stuff, but you know, it's been a process, honestly. I'm not sure why it does why it keeps repeating those notes, but kind of weird. So yeah, that's how all of these were made. I guess this stuff as well here. I guess this would be easier to hear what that thing did. See, that's what it's supposed to sound like. It's supposed to have like a note, like that is hitting on D or some other note, depending on what the MIDI was feeding into it. And then the bit after it is a different pitch. See? That's what it was supposed to do. Or what it did originally. So I'm not sure why it's sort of like now creating like sustained notes the entire way through, but whatever. That's what it actually did. And there's like some higher note bits in there that are kind of interesting. I also always love using that random MIDI device thing if you're doing like, or let's say you have something in your track already and you're kind of like looking for extra little things to fill it up with. Just chuck that random pitch device in front of your MIDI, you know, in front of the instrument, and make sure that you conform it back to the skill that you're using, and then just let it just play, and it will basically create like all these different pitches that you probably wouldn't have thought of to use, but because it's just doing it at random, you'll find like some cool things. This bass couldn't ready for neuro bass. I mean, I guess it's already a neuro bass in a sense. And like all of this stuff here, like I think if you arrange something out of these base hits, you're basically gonna get a neuro thing. But you can process it again, sure. Like you can take that again and just split it up into low, mids, and highs maybe, and then just start processing a lot of those things again. Not really what I wanted to do now, but yeah, you could probably do that. Cool. Let's delete this track, and that might crash Ableton because that happened a couple of times now when I actually tried deleting that track from the original project, and because we're now on version 2 of the project file, the last week's one was version 1. After I was done resampling all of these things, I tried removing it from the project file after saving it into a new version. And every time I deleted this track, it crashed Ableton. So let's see what happens. And 999 search, I'm sorry, but I don't speak Russian, so no clue what you're saying there, mate. Cool. Let's delete that. Oh. Wait, what? That was quick. Oh, okay, there we go. it's still thinking. See, that's what that was happening the entire time. As soon as I removed that track, it would just go absolutely crazy. It was like, okay, well, what are you doing now? Okay, that wasn't too bad. Cool. I'm going to take a piss real quick. I'll just play this section because that's the most sort of like interesting thing right now to listen to. Definitely just in the idea to push further the processing. Yeah, sure. No, I get you. Probably when I would get to like I guess writing a track with these sounds, I would probably do that again, or maybe even before that, but I think we might need like some reese thing though. Maybe we'll make a bit of a reese after this when I come back. And do probably some more random movement on that, but just I guess if we just make like a little pattern that has like maybe one of those stabby bass things that I already showed you just now, and then have like a reese as a response to it, and then we make like a whole bunch of different, I guess, pitch movements on that reese so that we have a whole bunch of variety, and then we start processing that with random modulation. Then you get all kinds of weird shit, so that might be good to do. Sound design overrated? You don't know what you're talking about, mate. Sound design is key to making music, honestly. Unless you're making, I don't know, some boring ass music and you can rely on a couple of presets. Maybe then sound design is overrated, but if you make any bass music or any music that is, well, quite detailed, then yeah, I'm sorry, but you're gonna need to sound design. Cool. I'll be back in just a bit. I need to piss. Okay. Let's make some reese bass. Right now I'm literally just making sounds and things that could fit this project, this idea. I'll probably resample a lot of it at some point and just save it to audio. Anyways, let's see. Let's first grab something from these bass tabs. Probably a short one. Bro, I don't care about that kind of stuff, you know? If you care about that, then you're not in it for the right thing. Like, I get it. Right now, there's so many people that are, you know, like, botting their plays and all that kind of stuff, and then AI is coming around and all that stuff. But listen, none of that matters to me. Because the reason I do sound design and work on music, not even just that, like the reason why I do photography, the reason why I do graphic design, all of that is because I like to do it. That's it. Why did I ever started drawing as a kid? Because I like to do it. And that is what matters the most, you know? And that goes for music, it goes for photography and all the other things that I did. Like, why did I started painting graffiti on walls? Because I like to do it. That's it. And that's what should be the most important thing, you know? Because you want to express yourself creatively, and however you do that is up to you. But like, even when people are around you are botting their plays and, like, you know, using AI to cut corners or whatever, like, so what? Doesn't change the fact that I have fun doing this kind of thing, you know? And in the end of the day, I'm still a creative person that needs to express himself creatively. And I'm not going to do that by filling in the prompt into AI, so that's not for me. So yeah, I mean, that's the most important thing of all. Let's see, let's find a good one. That one might work. Let's go down here. Let's just make ourselves a new track here. Chuck that on there. I mean, we can do this, doesn't matter. We just need a sound that we can make a response to, you know? That's all that matters right now for this thing. But no, like when AI first came around, I actually had a bit of a time when I was like kind of concerned about it, and then I, tried it out a couple of times myself because I was like, well, if I'm not going to, then I'm gonna, you know, be left behind and that kind of fucking thing, because you need to stay with the times and all that kind of stuff. But the more I actually tried AI out, the more I realized that it wasn't doing what making music did for me. Like, and that's the same thing with like I tried it for multiple things actually, not just for music stuff, but also for like imagery and that kind of stuff. And at the end of the day, the more I used it, the more I realized that using AI to create something, which I mean, we could even have a discussion about if it's, well, I mean, it is creating something, but is it artistic, right? That's the whole dilemma. But none of that really mattered at the end of the day because I've basically noticed that using AI doesn't fulfill the same creative itch that music, photography, graphic design, graffiti, any of those things do for me, you know? It doesn't fulfill that same need. It doesn't even come close at the end of the day, you know? Sure, it makes something, but I don't really feel like I'm expressing myself creatively by filling in a prompt and clicking a button and waiting for it to spit out whatever it thinks it needs to spit out, you know? So the more I realize that, the more I also realize that it doesn't really matter, you know, that it's a thing and that some people are using it. Let them do it. I don't fucking care. Like, because it's not why. Like, I'm not making music to earn money with it, to get rich or anything like that. That's not why I'm doing it. I started doing it because I wanted something to express myself with creatively. That's the main thing. I think at the end of the day, people want human music, something authentic. Well, that's the thing as well. Like because of it, because of AI being such a thing now, more and more people are indeed moving towards either just seeking out music by people that they know is actually made by someone, which is becoming harder and harder as well. But luckily, there's things like YouTube, right, where people are actually showing their process, and that way you know. Um, but yeah, there's definitely a bit of a shift happening as well in that regard. That people are seeking out more art made by, an actual human. Um, Not just in music, in all kinds of places. Um, and maybe that is a positive, that comes from it. It's comparable with people creating entire tracks merely from splice loops. I mean, I would say that sits sort of like in between, right? Like, you would still have to do quite a bit of work to make that work, to make a track out of just splice loops. Um, and it would still involve you doing quite a bit of stuff to make that all fit well together. But I do agree. Like, I do agree. Cool. Let's see. One moment. I think we have a visitor again. One moment. Something is meowing outside of my door. Oh. Yo, what are you doing? Ow. Yeah? You happy now? There's another one. Are you gonna come inside or not? No, you're not? Okay. Yeah, he's just gonna hang out on the bed. He's just gonna chill there. It's like you should make excellent prompt to generate some cool stuff. I mean, I messed with AI quite a bit when it first came around, and let me tell you, it took me maybe one afternoon to learn how to train my own AI model so that I could make it spit out exactly what I wanted. And I mean, it's not comparable to learning how to make music, honestly, or learning how to do graphic design, or learning how to do photography. Like, a lot of times people in the AI community kind of want to make it seem as if doing AI stuff and generating something with it and calling it art is the same thing as what people that are doing actual art are doing. But it's nowhere near it, honestly. Like, it takes just a fraction of time for you to understand how it works, and then you can basically just grab something that is similar to what you want to make, train your model on that, and just have it create stuff for you. And it's kind of simple, you know. It's really not that complicated. Um, and you know, it will create something that will probably be interesting to some people, but that's the thing, right? It's like same within music, right? If somebody makes a track out of just samples and loops that have been made by other people and calls it a day, it might, be interesting to some like people that don't really know a lot about a certain genre. But people that are really deep into that genre, they're probably gonna be like, it sounds kind of boring, sounds kind of basic, you know? Yeah, it's a weird situation, but okay, let's set up a little patch here. I mean, we could do it with MIDI notes, or we could do it with pitch bends. Let's first set up this patch so that we have a bit of a Reese-like patch here. Let's use two oscillators, because then we can change the fine tune of one of them, or of both of them, I guess. Let's just do that, and we'll do this. A is gonna go down 50, and B is gonna go up 50. It's not gonna go higher than that, right? That's kind of annoying. I would like it to go higher. We could set it to the chorus pitch. Like, it's not gonna go higher than this. That's the same speed, right? As what we had before. Yeah, it's the same speed. Okay, so let's see what happens if we put it on the chorus pitch. Which means we're gonna have to do a tiny range, but might actually be cool. B chorus pitch. And then we need to set this to what, like -1% or something? Okay, maybe we'll do 2%, so we have a little bit more range. That's already way too much, so I guess 1% is what we need. Okay, so that's our detune. Let's set the pitch bend range to 2424. It's probably gonna be what we need. Let's see. We'll run this through a low pass filter maybe. That's gonna create a sub. And I'll just play this section for now. So that's gonna create the sub. And then let's create another one here that also runs A-B, but this is gonna create the mid-range. Let's do a high pass. I love that that Steve added this to Steve Duda, of course. I love that he added that to Serum. In Serum 1, if you wanted the filters to sort of like move when you change the pitch bend wheel, you would have to actually map the cutoff to the pitch bend. But now the key tracking also follows the pitch bend wheel, which is so good. But that already works. That's really nice. Let's send this one to bus 1. No, let's do bus 2. This one is gonna go to bus 1. Then we have to turn off the main. Okay, cool. So that is now running into these two effects buses. So bus 1 is the mid-range, bus 2 is the low end. And then it comes together in the main one. So here, let's start doing some processing. Music production is overrated. I mean, there's so many different chord progressions you can come up with. Hey, if you think chord progressions are overrated, make music without chords. There you go. Have fun. There's always a solution, you know? And in a time when so much has already been done in music, like making music that is really creative in terms of sound design is probably the best way to go, because that's where there's still a lot of room for like experimentation and interesting things. Microtonal music, yeah, true. Like, there's actually some really cool stuff in that area that is, especially in Western countries, is not utilized at all. Like, if you listen to any Middle Eastern music or any, like, Indian music or whatever, you know, there's so much microtonal stuff happening there. But in Western music, there's none, or very little at least. But it's interesting, yeah. Immediately makes me think of that, makes me remember that band that recently absolutely popped off. They went completely viral. I watched the performance like last week. What was the name again? It is fucking weird as well. Damn, somebody in chat probably knows the name, but it was a French name. I believe they're from Canada though, but it was a French name. Damn, now I need to know it. Now I can't stand that I can't come up with it. But they had like some they did a performance that absolutely blew up on YouTube, and a lot of it is microtonal, and it's kind of interesting. But I can't come up with the name. What was it again? It might even show up on my fucking homepage because it's been plastered across it for the past week or so. Of course, now it doesn't. No, can't find it. But it was quite interesting. Cool, let's move on. So this is the mid-range. Oh, I changed the chorus. Let's not do that. Ah, that's sick. I didn't know the effects had that. Steve finally listened. He finally listened. That was one of my biggest complaints with the serum effects, that if you wanted to change the preset of the individual effects, you would have to click here and go through this whole drop-down thing, which is kind of annoying as hell, because it takes like what? Like 1, 2, multiple clicks to basically load a preset, and then going to the next preset is, you know, like you have to do it again. He added the little arrows. Thank you. Not that I use the presets a lot, but, you know, it can be fun to, especially if you have a gigantic processing chain, to flip through some presets, because you might get some unexpected things. How do you fix flowing sub on Reese? What do you mean? Like the sub moving up and down in volume? Is that what you mean? I wouldn't necessarily say you have to fix it. Depending on the Reese, of course. Like, depending on the Reese. If it's like there's a couple of different things that you can do. Like, for instance, let me quickly show. It's not that hard to show, actually. It depends on the Reese, really, in my opinion. If you have a Reese that's just using some unison, maybe. So, like let's say a bunch of voices. Like that. Like, the sub is you know, it's moving around quite a bit. And let's say you're making like one of those more like low pass Reeses, you know, the ones that, why is that not filtering? Oh, we're listening to the other one as well. Let's say you're making a Reese like that, you know? Now, that is not really great, having that sub movement like that. In this instance, what I would do is click here, remove that fundamental, and just add a sine wave. There you go, it's much more steady. Still has a bit of movement, but it's much more steady. You can actually use it. So that would be one way. With like a heavy reese though, I wouldn't even be too concerned about it, because somewhere along the processing chain, the distortion and saturation that you're gonna add is eventually gonna level it out anyway. And the differences in sub, or like the movement in the sub, is actually gonna change how the distortion reacts, because when the volume of the sub is quieter, it will do something, distortion will do something different than when the volume is higher running into the distortion. So I wouldn't really care too much about it. And we'll see that in just a bit. Let me just quickly set some more stuff up here. So this mid-range, let's do a filter. Let's grab maybe one of these. Let's do we do bandpass, low bandpass, or low pass, bandpass, and high pass. That's probably good. Let's set up a bunch of random LFOs real quick. Do we want mono? I think we do. Let's do sample and hold, smooth, turn that up. And then let's copy that to these other ones, because we're probably going to need a couple of them. And let's put that on here. So that's starting to move that around. And then let's chuck this one on the morph. But this is only affecting the mid-range, right? It's not affecting the sub at all, because the sub is running through here. Let's do some more. Let's do... maybe we'll do a phaser. It usually works pretty well. Chuck that on here. And we'll use something on the mix here. Maybe we'll do something here as well. I'll actually make it bipolar, so that it half of the time it's turning this down and the other half it's not. Let's do that on the other one as well. And what else are we gonna add to this? We want more movement, so maybe we'll do this. And move these around. And we'll just copy these as well. So we basically get some extra notches now. Could have also used the double notch filter, actually, but it doesn't really matter. Maybe we'll add... That's always cool. And I think it would be nice to set these all to free running LFOs. I mean, we can just do one of them and then just copy it over. Then we can change the speed of it, the different values, so that they're also like running at slightly different values. Maybe we'll add a little bit of distortion here. Let's see. I think we'll modulate that a little bit as well. So let's grab one of these. Just do a little bit on here. A bit as well, so the volume of the sub is changing a bit. And I guess I'm gonna do the level as well. That might be nice. So let's just do this one. For some reason we don't get like anything to change that range here. That's kind of annoying, but we can do that here. Do something like that. Then let's do that on this one as well. So grab another one. Now the level of these is also changing a little bit. Might actually want the range to be a little bit bigger. Maybe we'll add a bit of noise to it as well. That might be nice. Do a bit of this high-passed white noise. And we'll run that. I think we'll run that through this one here. Or let's leave it just bypassing the filters for now. And let's add one more filter. Something, maybe a bend notch or something. Oh. And we'll modulate that one with something. We're basically creating a whole bunch of random movement now. Maybe the resonance a little bit. So we have areas where there's high end and areas where there's not. Maybe we'll... Can we key track this one? We can. Okay, cool. Is it though? Don't see it moving. It says that it's key track, but I don't think it actually is doing anything because it's not really moving. I mean, it is moving, but not by what I want, so we can see it. So that one doesn't seem to be doing anything with the pitch bend. But we can, of course, set it up ourselves. Where's the pitch bend? Pitch bend, where are you? We always used to have a pitch bend thing, right? But yeah, it's not that big of a deal. We can do it like this. Note. What was it again? Pitch bend here. Now it should be pitch bend up and down. Now that should be moving. Yeah, so when we go to a higher note, we will also change the value of that. That might be nice. Do we want to do that on one of these other ones as well? This one maybe? Probably 50% is more than enough. Cool, so that is now creating a bunch of movement. That is then running into here, or this is running into main, and here we have the sub. Sub, I guess we're just gonna leave alone for now. And then here we'll start adding some distortion. Let's see. I'm gonna go with this one. See how even though the volume before the distortion is completely all over the place, as soon as we add some heavy distortion, it's all the same. And it's really not that important anymore that the volume was fluctuating. That's what I mean, you know? Like, you can just leave it like that. It doesn't matter. Like, I can even add more volume movement here if you want, and it will still be the same. Like, if we add another one here, that's just moving the sub up and down even more. It's just gonna create more noise when the sub is lower, but the sub is still the same level. It's just that, you know, it lets more of the other parts come through when the volume goes down. I guess we can even just do this and you can hear it. When we bring this down, it's sort of like the distortion will start responding more to the mid-range, and when we boost it, it will start responding more to the sub. But the actual level of the sub isn't really changing, because the distortion is kind of capping it off at 0. No problems with clipping. We're not clipping, as you can see. Because the distortion is kind of cutting it off. So it's not really going above a certain level. The distortion is just like... And it also depends on what distortion it is, of course. Like, if it's a different distortion type, you might get clipping. But I love this distortion type for basses. It just, especially for heavy basses, it works really well. Go back here. Which one is controlling the noise? This one. Only want a little bit of noise, not too much. The distortion is going to bring it up as well, so we don't really need a lot of noise. Now it's responding to the sub too much at this point. I'm not sure if we can make it less. Guess that works. I mean, instead of using a fast LFO on the noise, take an oscillator with a sine wave and turn the level down. Just click and drag on the title of it, and just add that to the noise. So, let's remove this thing here. And we're gonna add this to the noise. And now it will follow the pitch of the sound. That's way too much. See? So it will actually follow the pitch. And that way, if you play a different note, it will also take on the same speed as what the oscillation of the actual sound is. And if you use the pitch bend, it actually speeds up and down. Now I still want to have some random movement on the noise, so we can do aux source LFO 5. Sometimes it comes in, other times it will not. And I'm gonna try and see what happens if I run the noise through here as well. We don't really hear it if we do that, so let's not do that. Okay, cool. At this point we have a bit of a reese, but kind of a shitty reese still. Let's set this to monophonic, and let's see. Let's add some pitch bend things. Let's do... Add a bit of glide as well. At this point I will start making more of these, so that we have more different... But the high end is getting really annoying at the end, but we need to start processing this more. For now I could just add a Pro Q and just see where, yeah, this area here. So let's just do so why is it not? Let's add more notch filters in here. Let's do notch. That, add another one. And maybe we'll add a bit of a pitch envelope as well, because we need to use one of the envelopes for it. just so that the start of that note also gets a bit of a pitch movement. Quite a lot happening in this area, so might as well cut a bit of that. And let's maybe add some OTT. Which is again adding volume differences, of course, but that's fine. Because to make it into like an interesting reese, I guess at this point I would start, you know, frequency splitting it again, maybe. So like having like a decent low bend. And then create another bend for like some mids or highs. Now on the high note here, the sub sits in between the gap that I created between these, and it actually is kind of interesting. And I wonder what happens if we then have like processing again and distort it again at some point. Might actually sound pretty cool. I mean, we can test it out real quick. Let's just add another serum effects maybe. Seeing what happens. Let's add another distortion here. I mean, kind of works. Let's just make another copy here. And let's do probably just want to create a whole bunch of different things now with the pitch. So that we have like different kinds of things happening. Just make like a whole bunch of different pitch movements, and then you start processing this a lot. No? So we probably want to start adding more processing on this band, the mid band, so that we get more movement again. Let's go and do an auto filter maybe. And at this point, probably would be good to group all of this. Well, I like it when there's like a lot of random movement happening, because you never know what you're gonna get, you know? And at this point, like the pitch is sort of like doing exactly what I want, but or like I can make the pitch do exactly what I want, but the other things are all moving at random, and then you get like a lot of like unexpected things that you probably wouldn't have come up with otherwise. And that's fun, you know? You get some cool stuff. Let's map this device to the rack so that we get random movement. Let's do that. And then we'll map you to here. And we can even take this detune now. That might actually be really cool. Let's bring that detune in and see what happens if we map that to one of those macros. Okay, the range is a bit too much. Let's, I guess we're just gonna do it on the fine tune. Minus 50 plus 50. Now we get randomized detune amount as well. Now we do have, we lack a bit of high end actually. We have too much mid-range. Oh wait, that's probably because this wasn't moving. Let's do this. We don't need to use this one. We can just map it to something. Or we combine the internal LFO with our own movement. More notches. Okay, so I like it when the low note hits. I like that this is all the way here. But when it goes to the high note, obviously we're missing some of the sound. So let's see if we can fix that. Let's grab a... Let's do an expression control. Chuck that at the start here. And then we want key track. And then we should be able to map that to here. I think the range is too big. Maybe 50% is what it wants. Yeah. So now this is... We don't see it moving, but it's actually moving. According to the note. If we set it to this, we might be able to see it better. But then, no, but then we'll see it, but it's gonna be tough to set it correctly. Now we can still move the knob, which is kind of nice. You can kind of see it because when it goes to a different note, there's like no extra overtones happening, so I know that it's sort of like roughly in the right spot now. And basically means we still have sub. But maybe we want the sub to have some more movement again. Grab a utility and map that to a macro. Then we just have to make sure that it doesn't go absolutely crazy, because we don't want plus 35 decibels. Maybe just up to 5 or something and down to what? Minus 20, minus 15. Already too much. I just want different volumes happening in the sub, because then that will respond with the distortion effects that are after it. And at this point, it's just a matter of adding more effects and adding different things in this chain to see what happens. So, let's see. Let's grab different distortion as well. Put that in here. Maybe we'll chuck this one in here. Kind of a weird distortion, but another good one would be thermal, because that allows us to modulate it again. Can move this and maybe that, and we'll map that to more macros so that it's moving around. And just set the dry wet to go down to what, like 50 or something, not to 0. Holy shit. It actually does sound cool though. It's like a really heavy distortion, but it kind of works. And like, right now we have this, right? We could combine this with the random MIDI devices to get different pitches. Because we have some pitch movements happening now. Maybe we want to create a couple of more. Like, let's copy this one. Let's say maybe we want one that does, I don't know, goes up a little bit here. So maybe we'll do going down to like a really low note and then going up to like something higher. D sharp, maybe this. And then maybe it keeps rising. And then at the end it goes down to like another really low note. Minus 24 maybe. With a bit of a bend. We get some pretty crazy things. And then we do something else here. Maybe this one starts at a high pitch and goes down. And then this one, I don't know, maybe we'll change the note. And then it rises with a semitone or something. And goes back down at the end. Maybe we'll do a lower note. That's kind of cool. So, okay, cool. We have a bunch of ones now. If we add a random pitch device, let's group this. I think I want to make sure that the low note, which is D, is not affected. So I'm gonna go in here And this note, I don't want that to be affected. So I'm going to put this at like E or something like that. And then we'll create another chain. And that is our low note. So all these lowest notes are still going to remain on the same note. But the higher notes are running through this device. And then I can set the, for now I'll set the chance up to 100. Choice 12 semitones seems about fine with me. Just need to make sure that we have a scale device after it. And in this case D. Phrygian, what do we do? Phrygian dominant. And then let's just change, let's change that one so that we have both regular Phrygian and Phrygian dominant. And then now it should change the MIDI note of the higher notes to a different pitch every time it's being played. But the pitch bend still works. Some of them are absolutely unusable because we get some really weird things happening, but it's kind of cool. We can change this maybe to 24 so we get even higher pitches. What the hell? Okay, that's maybe a bit too much. So let's do 12. And then if we put the chance down to like 50% or something, then it's not gonna happen every time. It's only gonna happen half of the time. Now, of course, right now we're running it through this thermal, which is a pretty aggressive distortion. That's why it sounds so absolutely crazy. So yeah, depending on what we do with that, you get like different results. You can try out different distortions. But I mean, this is quite an interesting way to create really crazy reeses that probably would be pretty tough to recreate. Let's see, do we put, sure, why not? Let's put another effect in here. And just start mapping these things to the macros that are moving at random. And we get more stereo width now as well, so we probably would make sure that we have a bit of a bass mono thing somewhere. And we can replace this thermal with maybe, I don't know, isotope trash or something. So we drop, I don't know, one of the heavier ones in here. Or just use like the wave shaper. You can do some weird basses. Let's see. Or another good one, I guess, would be the kilohertz shaper table, because that allows us to modulate multiple things again. So at that point, you know, if we map those again, I would maybe group this so that we can map them separate and we can turn the whole rack off. Bias, let's do that. Let's do the phase. And maybe the mix as well. Now we can just map this to some more macros here. Although this might get really crazy because of what this does. But we can start going through some of these and hope that it doesn't blow our eardrums up. Let's see. Yeah, this is a bit much. If the patch was less crazy, then this might work, but... Maybe with a bit of a shape like that, where it's not too crazy of a shape. And then maybe if we change this to mirror or repeat. What happens if we chuck this earlier on in the chain? Gets pretty crazy. But yeah, you get my point, right? You can do it all manually, you can automate everything by hand, but that's such an annoying process to do. And like this, it takes time to set this all up, but when you have something going that sounds kind of cool, then at that point you can just let it run and just maybe tweak very minor things like some of the presets of these plugins and stuff like that, and you'll get like slightly different results. And just record like a whole bunch of stuff and you'll have like a lot of different things that you can work with, which is always good. You can bounce those to samples and you get me. You'll have like a lot of samples to work with in not just the track you're working on, but like a lot of tracks coming in the future or something. There's just so much material that you'll be able to use. So, thanks for being here. It's 1:29 a.m. I think I'm gonna call it quits for today. And unless there's any final questions, if there's somebody here still, we do have still people here from the looks of it. And like right now I'm doing it all by complete random, right? Most of this is running at random at the moment. But I guess you can, you know, you can also combine it with something that isn't random. So like you don't have to do all the modulation at random because it can get pretty crazy, like you just heard. Like a lot of it that it will, you know, will create is maybe also a bit unusable, and then every once in a while something cool happens, and that's the part that you'll probably want to use. But if you I guess, combine it with like just regular automation, you can make it even more controlled so that it doesn't all well so that it doesn't create that much unusable stuff. But you have to be sort of like smart about what you automate yourself and what you modulate at random, and then of course also the range of everything that's running at random. Um, and then you can actually set it up in a way where it creates a lot of usable things. It just takes a bit of time to set up. But the beauty of it is that when you've got it set up, you can just save it as a patch, as a rec, and just save that in your user library, so that when you need like another like heavy fat ass fucking reese, you can just bring that rec in and just add a couple of MIDI notes, maybe add a bit of pitch bend automation, and you're ready, you know? Just got here. Can you start over from the beginning? Maybe feedback stream is coming next week. I think so. Let's see. It's actually the first of the month next week. So yes, next week should be feedback. Now it is the first of the month. Maybe I get a creative burst next week and I'm like, fuck it, I want to produce. But normally speaking, next week would be feedback session, yes. So for now, we'll say it's gonna be feedback. But if I get like a creative burst or something and I really want to produce, then we'll just move it ahead 1 week. We've done that in the past as well for like every once in a while, but most of the time it's the first Friday of the month, which technically next week it is. I guess depending on where you live as well, because like for me it's going to be the first of the month, but some other people might still be, like if you're from the US for instance, you might still be on like the day before it or something. Well, I think not actually. I'm so bad with fucking time zones. Um, this house track. Yeah, use these sounds in your house track. No, like this is just I'm not even sure if this breeze is the best example. I would probably do it a little bit more controlled because right now so much stuff is moving around at random that it's kind of becoming a little bit unusable. But it is creating some cool stuff still. And right now I think the thermal is doing a lot of the work. It's making a really crunchy distortion, which kind of works, but it also is a bit much. But you can actually make this nice by doing more automation after this thermal now. And at that point, I would probably just bounce like, I don't know, like 10 minutes of this looping, or even like, you know, make more variations in the MIDI here. But then if you want to make it sort of like usable again, you have to sort of like split it up into different frequency bands, maybe low, mid, and high, and then automate the volumes and the cutoffs of those bands. And that way you can kind of make it usable again, because then that way you can reintroduce the dynamics, because right now it's so squashed because of this distortion. But it does create a really interesting crunch to it. So if you want to use that, you can actually, that's also like sometimes people ask me like, yo, how do you not over distort the sounds? And it's like, in my opinion, it doesn't really matter, you know? If you are resampling stuff and you have like a really heavy distortion on it, then sure, as a sound itself, it might be too much. But if you then split that back up into frequency bands and then automate those frequency bands with their volume and stuff like that, you can reintroduce dynamics and you can actually make it work. But this one is pretty crazy at the moment. Maybe a bit too random. But the really heavy crunchy distortion makes it kind of nice, so it's still cool. But I would probably make this a little bit less random so that it's a bit more usable. But for this stream, it was okay to kind of showcase how I would do this. It's just that there's so much random stuff happening that it's kind of hard to get good stuff out of it. But at this point, I could also say, turn this device randomizer off, like this, and then I have control over all the macros again. So then I can literally go in and automate them by hand. But you know, that's so cumbersome. It's such a painful thing to do that I usually like to have it running around at random. Just makes it easier to work with, and then you just have to record like more of it. You just have to, you know, record like 10 minutes or something and then chop out the good bits. But hey, that's fine too. Yeah, I'll be back next week. For now, probably feedback. So I'll drop a message up in the Discord somewhere in the upcoming week, and then you can start posting your tracks after that, and then we'll go and listen to those tracks next week. For now, that's gonna be it for today. Yeah, I guess we'll just what do we have as the outro? I guess we'll have this as the outro. So thanks. I'll be in the Discord, so if you aren't a member of the Discord yet, then join. Link is in the description. I forgot that I had to turn the bot back on, so I can put the message in chat, but it's not going to show the Discord link because I haven't yet turned the bot on. But just go to the description and you'll find the link there. Thanks, and I'll be back next week. So have a good night. And yeah, get your tracks ready for next week. So thanks, and I'll see you soon. Peace.
you.